That's what the machine says. Yellow on cyan. What should I do with this page? What should I do with this page? I don't know. Something terrible. Something terrible. Something so atrocious that it would draw you in. Such an absolute train wreck. Not train wreck. What is that? Hmm. What would be the most eye-catching thing that somebody so disinterested would have to look at? Just the color is already enough, I think. But we need more. We need actual content. A cyan page with yellow text is obviously enough. And then I got the freaking mugshots. But it's not enough. Hmm. Hmm. I'm gonna do split lists. Or like compare and contrast lists. Nested list. Just insert two contents. Split bullets, they appear in two columns. I kind of want this to be a direct call out. A direct call out. I want this to be a direct call out. How do I start it? People like you. I could start like that. That'd be funny. Just start with people like you. That would be pretty funny. What's that do? Close document? No, don't hit that. Don't hit that. But I want to do it all without direct accusations to make it just abhorrent to read. You're already reading it in yellow text on the cyan background. You're already reading yellow text on the cyan background. But it's not hard enough to read. The flow has to be atrocious as well. Let's just understand. I'll say as I understand it. "20 seconds. This is unacceptable." Did I put a comma or a period? There's a comma. You just can't tell. You just can't tell. I also believe the average hiring position at a company is a woman. Like, I'm not gonna go off of that because we have to be more brutal than that. We have to be more brutal than that. Okay. This is unacceptable. What else can we say? We're not gonna end it either. We're not gonna end it because that's cringe. I guess. This is unacceptable. This will not be an example. Of such activity. It's like I will burn out your eyes with freaking yellow on cyan until you admit defeat. This is kind of like an open letter. Use and abuse. Preferences to subvert your instincts. For the better. I should make this asymmetrical. I should put this on the left. I should put a big watermark too on every page. That's like almost not there, you know? What should they be? Because I have to do one for each page. Oh no. Like just subliminal message in it, you know? For the betterment of myself. And all. Average employees. Disgustingly average employees. Average employees and their families. I'm gonna send her. I can't keep going like that. It's terrible. Maybe I'll change it, but for now, I don't have to do that. We'll go. Everyone knows how terrible you are. Everyone knows what the job market is like today. And you remind them of the soullessness. There's two L's in soulless? Damn. That's twice the L's. Up there, corporate overlords. By force. You may pretend. Even they know. You only help yourself. Your nepotistic worldview. Did you know? Let's do a list. This is schizophrenic. This is so schizophrenic, but I love it. I want to do a list. I want to do a list. I want to do a bulleted list. Where do I do that? Here. Not that one though. It's gonna be there. That's awful. Let me search test scores. No, search. That's from New Delhi. New Delhi Publishers. It's gonna be super mega biased. All of these are freaking social, so we're just propping up. Of course they are. Come on, let me open that link. Let me open that link. Damn it. Oh, Minecraft movie ad. That's cool. At least it's not awful. At least that's not an ad for like freaking BMO or something. World Education Services. Come on. Department of State. National Association of Credential Evaluation Services. Dead link. That's not a good sign. Oh no, it is live. It is a real link. Hold on, I bet there's a freaking Indian at the top of this freaking board. What do you want to freaking bet? What do you want to bet? I'm making the worst resume ever. I'm making the worst resume ever. So you could read this. It'll tell you some lore. Board of directors. Come on. It is literally an Indian on top. Of course it is. Of course it is. Of course it is. I cannot. That's fair. Does that make it a little bit better? It's literally an Indian evaluating other Indians' freaking educations. Of course she's gonna freaking let them all through. Like, come on. Come on. That's just how it works. That's just how it works. You still can't read it? Okay, I'll read it out. It says, as I understand it, people in your position view the average resume for approximately 20 seconds. This is unacceptable. This will not be an example of such activity. I will use and abuse everything I know about the human mind and its preferences to subvert your instincts for the betterment of myself and all disgustingly average employees and their families/loved ones. Everyone knows how terrible you are. Everyone knows what the job market is like today, and you remind them of the soullessness of their corporate overlords by force. You may pretend to be helping the company, but even they know that you only help yourself and your nepotistic worldview. Did you know that many of the educated employees that people like you hire, in fact, have practically no education at all, and even embody all aspects of society you claim to hate? This will be the first page. Yellow on cyan. And I'll probably shift it all to the right side of the page as well. So it's even worse to read. Because I'm looking for sources now that basically claim that most Indian degrees are no good. Because I know it's true, because I've actually heard firsthand accounts. So that's what I'm looking for now. But did you have to use AI to make the picture? Come on, we're better than that. Jeremy Yan, guess not. Guess he's not. Anyway. Oh, I'll get into that. I'll get into that as well. Yeah, it was like not even necessary for me to use AI. Like you can't find a picture of three freaking Indians that look presentable holding up a freaking sign like that. Like, come on. You have to use AI for that? Are you that brain dead? Actually, here it is. I'll open a new tab. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Why does that link to Wikipedia? Why? That's not a good source. Like, this is the image in question. Like, what the frick? What the frick? Anyway. Um. But yeah, basically everyone thinks that Indian degrees are meaningful, but they actually don't mean anything. You basically just have to spend time there and you'll get the degree. It's atrocious. Because they know that then they come to the US and that's meaningful for some reason. Thanks. WES, World Education Services, evaluation of a 3-year bachelor's degree from India. Earned in Division 1. Awarding institutions have been accredited by India's National Assessment and Accreditation Council with a grade of A or better. So these are literally going to only be the best of the best. That's freaking AIDS. Whatever. Oh yeah, because it's atrocious. You could even tell the freaking text was illegible, so they had to freaking Photoshop over it. It was terrible. But we're not gonna linger on. Blah 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 blah. And it basically fell apart after the British Empire pulled out of India. Oh, here we go. Here we go. It's more directly stated. The top 40% counts as first class. The top 40%, if you graduate from high school, is considered to be acceptable. You can already see the cracks forming. Like if you understand statistics, like that's a big deal. Like Bangalore. Also, I don't expect anyone to actually read this, so I'll probably just dump it in there. WES grade conversion guide. WES grade conversion guide. Here's a big one too. 60 to 100. The US grade equivalent is an A. 55 to 59 is a B plus. 50 to 54 is a B. 43 to 49 is a C plus. 35 to 42 is a C. And 0 to 34 is considered an F. 60 to 100 is considered acceptable. If you score freaking 63 on your Indian primary school test, that it should be taken as an A. That is what's being recommended. That is what is being directly recommended by the World Education Service. Copy. Paste. I can't click that link. It's not a link yet. I have to. Like, that is atrocious. That is atrocious. That literally means that if you encounter the average degree holder from India, they're on average like 20% worse than the average American. And we're supposed to treat them as if they're not. That's what that means. Because those people then go to college, which you'd think that, well, that's okay then, right? Right? They then handle it in college. Well, no, the college just has a lower standard, but we're supposed to ignore that because obviously that is what's reasonable. That is what is reasonable to assume. How do I insert a link? Insert media shape hyperlink URL. I can't. What? Why did it put it there? Switching to overwrite mode, whatever. I got to switch back. Go like that. I go insert. Apply. Yeah, there we go. I want to find the news article about basically the rape gang on the train. Because that is literally like a huge issue. Come on. I know that these articles exist. I've seen them. It's that bad. It is that bad. It's atrocious. Because the trains are so packed, it's practically unavoidable. There was a there was a train crash and like 100 people died. It was that full. Well, statistically, at least one abuser died on that train crash. That's how bad it is. It's that bad. This is the Harvard Gazette, so naturally it's going to be pro-Indian. I need objective facts. I need objective facts. I don't want anti. I don't want pro. I want objective facts because I know they make my case. But we in the West, we don't hear about it. We don't hear about it because all of the like real articles are in freaking Punjab or whatever. It's terrible. There's that. There's one movie. There's one movie, and it's actually atrocious. It was a very popular movie in India about this wealthier guy who, shall we say, snuggles this woman of a lower caste. So their parents force them to get married, and it's about her falling in love with him. That was a really popular movie. That was a really popular movie. And it's actually getting worse. It's actually getting worse. But then the story is about her falling in love with him. I happen to know that most people in these hiring positions, they are women. So that's when I said I'm going to use everything that I know about the human mind to manipulate this. I was not lying. I was not lying. I will use everything in my power, every information, every piece of information at my disposal to manipulate the reader of this when they arise. It's from 2018. That's not relevant. It is still relevant as it's a specific town having like 382 cases, but come on. A serial killer who struck on trains caught in Gujarat. Yeah, don't tell me about it. Don't tell me about it. Don't remind me. Telegraph India. Is it's like somewhat organized? It's not random, you know? I saw someone point out. I saw someone point out in a post that the removal of Apu from The Simpsons, like essentially his cultural cancellation, has basically doomed public perception of India. And he was right. He was right. Here we go. India Today. Here we go. It's India Today. Are you gonna say that they're not good? You're gonna say that they don't know what they're talking about? I'm not going to talk about this, but a lot of these numbers are very high, and I'll just leave it at that. I'll be posting this on my Twitter, by the way, because it's funny. If you want to read it, you can go there. Insert hyperlink. Why is that one not blue? Why is that one not blue? Let's copy formatting. Clone formatting. There we go. What? Why? I'll just... I need to... There we go. And now... I'm not going to discuss what's it, Africans, because it's worse. It's worse. We're not going to talk about it. We're not going to talk about it because I don't want to get banned. So. And much, much more. Should go like this. Let's kind of like keep it at least a little bit like normie friendly, I guess. What do you know knowing? Like, I told you I was pretty edgy. I told you I was pretty edgy when we met. But we're not going to talk about it. It's like, you don't get to know no. You're involved now. No. The delay isn't too big, but sometimes it hits me. And insert hyperlink, apply. That should be bigger. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's good. That's probably a bit much, but I actually think it's not as bad in Bangladesh. Don't quote me on that. But Bangladesh is a weird ass country full of weird people. It's a special case in so many ways. I'll also tell you just a quick neat tidbit that I've learned over the years. Asians, in general, even if they've been speaking English their whole lives, they overpronounce S's. Just so you can spot them. Just so you can spot them. You have to. That's nothing against them or anything. It's just something I've noticed is the case. I don't know why. I don't know why they do that. They just do. It's not an issue or anything. It's just interesting. I know a lot of little tidbits like that, actually. Like, this is also not really super offensive, but Jews, they don't eat mayonnaise a lot of times. So they'll make sandwiches with just mustard. Something about mayonnaise not being kosher or something. Like, that's not that bad. Like, oh no. I've actually thought about trying it once, but I'm not Jewish. So why would I? I like mayonnaise. I like dairy. Dairy gaming. Two broad examples. Did you know most people outside of like Africa and the Middle East, you can actually overcome lactose intolerance? There was a girl that did a study at some point. I found, like, literally you have to work your way up by drinking like skim milk and then like 1%, 2%, 5%. Most people with lactose intolerance are likely affected by that, or like affected in a similar way. So you can overcome it. Like how you could do something similar with allergies. Like certain allergies, obviously not like you probably don't want to try it if you're like super deathly allergic to peanuts. But you can overcome the allergies. sometimes. I didn't read the study. I didn't read the study. Let me look at it. Let me look and find it. Yeah. It was like a really big thing. And I'll say it. I'll say it. She was pretty attractive. She was pretty attractive. Yeah, here she is. No, I think that's somebody else. I think that's just a model. Lactose intolerance is one of the most common food intolerances, reduced ability to digest lactose, blah, 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 blah. I know what it is. Probiotics. No, but it was something else. Like over the course of like a couple months, actually. If you drink like skim milk and stuff like that, and then you just work your way up in the fat content because that's where the actual lactose is in the fat, if you don't know, or something like that. So like skim milk and 1%, 2% fat, things like that. You can actually build yourself up pretty smoothly. I think it was congenital lactose deficiency. I think it was something specific, but it was like most people have it. I guess it hasn't made it into the full stream or the mainstream yet. Yeah, because you gotta like get off of it for a bit, and then you can like start building back up because it's like certain enzyme or something. Very cool, very cool. Because a lot of people they have lactose intolerance, but like it's treatable. They just don't bother to try. Also, there's like this big thing. It's like stigmatized dairy consumption in the minds of a lot of people. I don't know why. It's just the way it is. Just the way it is. Anyway. Anyhow, anyhow. Chocolates are good. Nutella is mid, maybe even bad. I'm not really a big nut person though, in general. Yeah. At least hazelnuts aren't like one of the bigger ones. It's like because like it says on packages like manufactured in a facility that also manages or also produces peanuts. Yeah. Like at least hazelnut that's not like They're not everywhere. They're a little bit more specific. I actually had a test done once. That said I was sensitive to like the common walnut. And I've had walnuts and it was fine. I don't know why. I don't know why it said that. There needs to be an S there. Okay. There's um show what you are inviting. Are not just and even inviting. What's another manipulation technique I can use? Because I'm not gonna do the fallacies. Like I'm not gonna do gaslighting. I'm not gonna do gaslighting. I've already strongly implied slippery slope, which is not a fallacy, but whatever. A lot of people think that slippery slope is a fallacy, and I don't understand why. Like it literally is, guys. It literally is. You're just freaking short-sighted. Just because you're short-sighted doesn't mean that slippery slope is a fallacy. What's wrong with people? What now? Where do we go from here? I'll just say that. Because you're short-sighted doesn't mean slippery slope is a fallacy. Even Blizzard's had a ton of issues with it, with uncouth behavior. Even though Blizzard continues to deny it, and they've even settled out of court, which really says what the problem is. Or really says that it's existing. I hate people that Blizzard Blizzard is one of the worst companies when it comes to sexual assault. Like the worst. And every time someone tries to sue them, they just settle. But what a lot of people do is they'll take a settlement like that and say, "Guess we'll never know." It's like, we all know. It's right there. It's right there. It's like the non-answer is the answer. Because other, why can't you just say it's not a problem here? Well, because that would be a lie. That would be a lie. So they can't say that. It's like that's perjury. I want to clarify that it's not just freaking Indians. I want to find the movie poster about that movie. I, I don't want to Google that. I don't want to Google that. I don't want to Google that. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to Google that. I don't want to Google that. I don't want that to be part of my digital footprint. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'll debate whether or not I care enough to freaking include that. We'll leave it on that screen. That's funny. I'm back. I think that my favorite part about this is that it's incredibly strongly implied that I am 6'6". It is incredibly strongly implied that I am 6'6". Literally a foot taller than like the average man worldwide. If I go literally anywhere, on average, I'm going to be like massive. I'm not 6'6", by the way. If you thought that based on these pictures in this background, I can't help you. I cannot help you if you thought that. To go. Oh, wow. What do I want to put? I'm like about like 5'7.5" or something. I don't remember. I shrink and I grow. I think it's to do with the moon. I think it's to do with the moon. I have a younger brother. I have a younger brother and he's 5'10", and he's like substantially younger than me. Like a lot younger than me. Mm, let's go here. Yeah, it happens. It happens. Like, I am not going to get into that. I'll just say that freaking genetic chimerism was real all along. And we'll move on. There's some stuff that I could say about it, but I don't want to. It happens. It just happens sometimes. I'm kind of built like Adam in the freaking Sistine Chapel painting on the roof. Yeah. That's kind of how I'm built. That's how I describe it to people. I'm not like muscular or anything. I'm not wide. I like to think that I'm built kind of like a Greek god. I don't know how true it is. It's like I got the jawline, but jawline can't carry you through life. Even if it comes close. Even if it comes really close. And I have a really, really fast metabolism. Like I have to eat a lot to actually gain weight. Nice. Freaking isn't there built more like freaking what's her name? What's her name? The freaking French woman. Joan of Arc. But you know, not that age. uh, not that. Yeah. Yeah. It's a nice story, but it gets pretty brutal when you actually read it at all. That's just kind of silly. That's just kind of silly. What else was I gonna say? I was gonna say something else. Oh yeah, I have. I've said it before on the channel, but I have Crohn's disease, and my colon is longer than it's supposed to be. Like it's not really relevant, but like internal bleeding happens. Internal bleeding happens, but I had a substantial flare up once, and I bled. I bled. Okay, I bleed. I'm a bleeder. I don't like to be a bleeder, but I'm a bleeder. And after it was done, like, yeah, it passed and everything. But it was said at some point that it would take like a month or two to get all my blood back because it was not great. But I actually recovered in like a couple weeks. Kind of a vampire. Kind of a vampire. Like my mom's the same way. She lost like an enormous amount of blood in a pregnancy at some point. But she was up and out of the hospital in like a couple days, like 5 days or so. It was really, really fast. Doctors were shocked. Doctors were shocked. I don't know if I'm that fast, but I don't know how much blood I lost. Oh, it's all very relative, but considering losing blood is a bad thing, generally. Pretty quick recovery. It's actually pretty mild compared to what a lot of people have, but it's probably one of the worst places to bleed. It's probably one of the worst places to bleed. Yeah. Because you just feel awful. You just feel like death. And because it's relatively slow, you like fall into it and you don't really think about how terrible you feel. It's how I imagine people that die of dysentery feel, which is just another one of those awful deaths that I'd never want to experience. Like I die multiple times, but also like people are pretty sturdy. They're pretty sturdy. You walk into like imagine you like walking into a hospital and you're like I'm here for an appointment and you're like covered in your own blood. But that's pretty gruesome. Yikes. I don't think I ever got that bad. I don't think I've ever been that bad. But also, I don't know. I don't know. Believe it or not, near death experiences are not what I like to think about most of my time. Yeah. It's like now I can't get up because I'm depressed. Big difference. I've also been staying up later at night, but either way. It's like I've evolved beyond blood loss. Inviting through negligence. Yikes. The timer went off. Half an hour late, but still. I'm lucky enough to have never actually gotten a migraine. I've had some bad headaches, but I've never actually had a migraine. I've also heard that like a dizziness upon standing. I've heard that that's like an iron deficiency. I think it is though, because I haven't felt it in a very long time, and my iron has actually been relatively high. So, because I get tested like every 6 months, just for like making sure I'm not on the brink of death suddenly. I also really like hamburgers, which may contribute. Oh, it was on top of the blood loss. Oh, so you were like super anemic. That sucks. It's like your body just like literally stops functioning almost when you don't have enough iron. It's kind of crazy. This is awful to read. It's perfect. Oftentimes. Well, you were on the brink of death, so you don't really have the energy to be concerned. I've been there. I've been there. It's not fun. Yeah. It's like also freaking hiring manager is one of the freaking easiest jobs imaginable. These people can't freaking do it. They can't do it. They can't figure it out. Or worse. Offered. What is incentivize? It happens. Have you tried drinking tea? Tea's really good. I heard at some point that it helps with ADHD. Also, finding something that's actually interesting helps. Incentivize ESG score reduction. But let me ask you. Yeah, tea is so good. Tea's so good. Tea doesn't get enough credit in the US. is the short term worth living? Net raise, housing costs. Chamomile was good. One of my favorites. As or worse. As bad. Or worse. And the second link demonstrates. I just missed the end. Yeah. It's just so comfy, you know? Tea is so comfy. And the taste is similar. It's like, oh great, the NAACP. No, this is just the NAACP. It's like, ugh, great. These guys. No. It's different people. Yeah. It'd be freaking hilarious. It'd be hilarious. If I worked this freaking resume into an e-dating stream, that would be hilarious. Hear me out. This is probably the most schizophrenic thing that I have ever made. But I think it could work. I think it gives off obvious shitpost enough. I think it could work. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. But like it's not even done yet, so not yet. But it's like if I'm gonna be a plague on the internet, I might as well do it professionally. Tanks breaks. You will never see. Also, did you know that Indians there's a cultural event in which they basically don't work for like 2 months or something, or it's like a whole month or something, where they just literally do no work. Thanks, Buddhism. You're the worst. Like, I'm not going to discuss that here, but that is very real. I've heard horror stories in like companies like Google where literally if it's that time of the year, everything stops. Everything. But they still come into work to get their paychecks. What do I fill this area with? So, and these are the people that are touted as excellent employees by like people like Elon Musk. What the frick are you talking about, dude? Everyone knows that's not true. Everybody knows it's not true. Everybody that actually works with them understands it's not true. Yeah. Yeah, it's terrible up there. But there is worse stuff. There are worse things, shockingly. But we're not going to get into it. We're not going to get into it here because I don't want to be banned. Even though like it'd be my first offense and it'd probably be a temporary, whatever. I'm not going to get into it. Yeah. I think that's the biggest thing is like you say you worked in service, but so you might not agree, but like cashiers at grocery stores asking for a tip. Like, come on. You just freaking chuck my eggs into the bag and you want a tip? So we can buy groceries. It's like it's a sore spot for everyone in the service industry. We just don't talk about it. With the eggs at the bottom? Like, what the frick are you doing? You can't put the eggs at the bottom. That's like putting freaking solid gold under a hydraulic press. Yeah. Like, it's not always an issue. It's not always an issue. It's really not. But sometimes. Or the bags are so freaking heavy. The bags are so heavy, you're probably gonna end up dropping one at some point. Yeah. I feel like that's a little bit different though, because it's like a direct interaction with the person. So like I'm already paying you, like the tip is kind of like I'm I'm paying you directly. Like I get it if you have a really good experience, but just charge more. Just charge more. Like like if you're running a restaurant by yourself, like the coffee stands that come up a lot these days. Like literally you're individually owned. What are you talking about a tip? Just raise the price. It's just you. It's just you. Like, I get you want to undercut people, but it's a common courtesy, and I understand that. But we live in a less individual society every day. Some people. Anyway, I don't want to harp on it too much because, like, I'm kind of just trying to be funny, you know? I don't want to take it too far and upset you or anything like that. I gotta be dramatic. It's my lifeblood. It's my lifeblood. Hyperbole is my life. If I can't exaggerate hyperbolic drama, what is the point? I will kill myself. I will literally kill myself. No. No, I won't. I won't. I won't. I won't. But no. Yeah. Dude, Glock sale? No, I don't think that's what that is. I think that's Fed posting. I think that's just Fed posting. I gotta get a gun. I gotta get a gun. It's a dangerous world out there. It's strange and unforgiving. If you ain't strapped, you're gonna get clapped. And I'm not gay. I want a baseball bat. I'm more of a knife guy, but I understand the baseball bat thing. More of a cutting guy. Name it Bonker. Or like, will the court please see Exhibit A, Bonkers? I guess it should be Exhibit B. Yeah. So one of the things you can do to increase the effectiveness is actually put a sock over it, if you didn't know. I don't know how real that is, but it seems like it seems like it's a bit like, like it's not really a detriment, so why not? He's my Bob. It's real. What do I put here? Not much happens. It's pretty tame. Sometimes people post. Most of the time they don't. I was hoping to finish this today. I don't think it's gonna happen. Just because I've already been here 2 hours almost. And then we got 2 more pages garbage to fill. My fingers smell like metal. And I don't know why. Yeah, that's metal. I'm becoming the Glock. That burned really bad. What do I put here? This is not to mention real safety concerns. In physically intensive environments. Such as warehouses, construction, Plumbing. Should do these in bullet points. Just semicolon. Construction. It's kind of cheating. Positions. Electrical. Plumbing. Rate and rail. Something else. More examples. Lumber. Not so much metalworking anymore. Like, you know, if you're hiring for a freaking position at a freaking warehouse, actually, your freaking bench press is probably relevant, right? Not like just for themselves either, for their own safety. But like, say a coworker gets something dropped on them. Freaking Pakistan has one of the weakest grip strengths, one of the weakest male grip strengths in the whole world. It's really, really bad, actually. Their literal fingers are not strong enough to lift things. Um, when positions that are in physically intensive environments are filled with incapable employees. Yeah, I would say. Like, it's not really like you know it when you see it, you know? And even then, like, when are you actually going to need to do that with one hand? That's not really the concern. The concern, really, is you guys freaking, like, in such a position. You want experience, right? You could want experience. I did last night. Like, especially in positions where you could be physically injured. You want somebody who has physical experience. Makes sense. But even in these positions, that's not who's getting put in them. See wage cage. I broke my nail. I demand compensation. The wage cage was freaking funny. Damn it. I just wanted to freaking show it. The wage cage was funny. The wage cage. Nicolas Cage in a wage cage. But granted, it was for safety, but also you shouldn't need it. That was freaking funny when that happened. Like, the main idea was actually to protect people from getting like crushed by falling boxes and shelves and stuff in the event of an emergency. But if you're hiring properly, that's not gonna happen. Put Nick in the cage. I don't know. Nick Wage in the cage. But yeah, if you put somebody in the position who's not going to knock over the freaking shelves, you don't have to worry about people getting crushed by shelves. Crazy, isn't it? Cut out the middleman. Just don't hire the guy that's going to knock over the shelves. Mind blowing. I know. But like also with the wage cages, they were like they're like set up so that you could like literally stay in them for most of your shift. It was awful. For a thought experiment. What if, hypothetically, in a warehouse, if an employee in a hypothetical warehouse an incompetent employee has accidentally knocked over a large shelf and seriously injured another employee. Costing the company millions, for example. Doors. How do you spell door? Door. Yeah, it's A-R. There are many ways this could have been prevented. But isn't the simplest to have not hired the incompetent employee? And by extension, your job is at risk. Um, seriously injured another employee, costing the company millions of dollars in law fees and compensation. There are many ways this could have been prevented. But isn't the simplest to have not hired the incompetent employee? And worse, and does it not put you partially at risk of losing your job for hiring him? That's actually a page break. Right there. But now we don't need the page break. I don't know how to get rid of it though. Delete page break. Epic. Perfect. Perfect. Even. Actually, I want to change the anchors for these. No. To paragraph. Excellent. Yeah, that works. Excellent. It's very good. Now that I have your attention. My resume proper. Chapter 1. Skills. Dude, that's awesome. How do we begin now? Which I should say first, before I try anything like that. Now, I would like this isn't a new. Yes, it is. Okay. This is where we really get going. Because I want to present in the worst possible way my actual qualities. Skills. Go do skills first. I freaking love these pictures. I love these pictures. They're freaking hilarious. They're staying. I don't care if they harm anything. like professionalism or anything, because they're so ridiculous. They're so absurd. They're so absurd. I'm not going to include my real name. Sorry. I know that sucks. Title. That's pretty funny. I want to be the same text color. Go flip it over there. Yeah. Body text. Block quotation. Title, subtitle, heading. Why is it changing my color? Actually, no, I'm not going to include my real name. Because that's funny. That is funny. Like that, like that. That is funny. That is freaking funny. So I'm not going to do that. Do I include the underscore? Province. Immediate location unknown. It's in a table. Insert table. How big? 2 by 5. I don't know. Let's change borders. Insert size, select. Properties. Oh. Put it over here. Text flow break. Nope. Columns, borders. Here we go. Just a horizontal. Color. I think I need to select the whole thing. Yeah. I go with this one. Color. Cyan. Outer border and horizontal line. Outer border and all inner lines. Occupation. Hater. Location. Approaching. I should just copy. I could copy this. That's better. That's better. I acknowledge. Actually, I should copy. No. I need to build this from complete scratch. I need to build this completely from scratch because that's better. This is ass to look at. It's so bad. It's so bad to look at. I'm torn between it actually looking somewhat professional, but just being really, really awful, and just being complete nonsense. Let's just go heading 3 this time. Now, the table properties. Oh, wait, that's where you change lines. Okay. Okay. Extend large gap. Those are not sleek enough. They are not sleek enough. What do you want? I want the color to be cyan. Select table, selected row, insert. So background, that's gross. Clone formatting. Address. Right, free. Why is it weird now? How can I copy? There. Ta-da. What now? I don't know how to get rid of that stuff. Merge adjacent line styles. No. Columns. Text flow. Table. There we go. That's better. Education doing your mom. No, no, we must refrain from that. We must refrain from such activities. Shadow. Let's see with a shadow. That's nothing. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. Synchronize? No. Contact. I do actually want to include a method of contact here because it's funny. Even if I'll never get back to it. Assisted contact. We'll do. And I want to shrink this. That is an actual email address that I do have. If you really want to contact me, that's where you contact me. I'll do /clarification. Why is the color different? Why is the color different? Table properties. I don't know, man. Is it? I don't know. It kind of hurts my eyes. What? What? What happened? See, like, what the frick is that about? Do I need to go there like that? Probably. There we go. Just 9. I'll make that a link later. This is where we get really crazy. This is where I can start including things that don't make any sense. Like any sense. Education. How do I handle the... It's a list, though. That makes sense. Position, customize, number. Number. How do I change it? Do I need to? I think that's okay. I think, actually, I want to change the other ones too, then. To just be black. That still looks pretty good. I'm okay with that. That actually looks kind of professional. I'm okay with that. Education. How can I just move on? Self. Why can't I Add crap to that. Why can't I add crap after? Oh, it's gone now. Okay. It's cool. Where are you going, bud? Actually, we could zoom in a little bit more. That might be helpful. Why is jumping over there? There's plenty of space here. Oh, is it because there's a page break around here? I know that it'll do yellow next. I am not worried about it. Edit page break. Delete page break. Okay. Maybe I need to paste without formatting. Wait, why is this so compressed now? What the frick happened? What happened? Why is it all so smashed together? What happened? What happened? Oh, is it because there's a page break before that? Or a line break? Let me look and see. Yeah, there is. I don't know how to get rid of him, though. Alright. No, it's a manual column break that's doing it. But it's not really necessary for me. More breaks. So how do I remove that? I think the first key is to just have it over here. Let's Google it. Insert your cursor at the end of the last paragraph. Before the break. And press the delete key. Okay, that makes sense, actually. Yeah, because if you didn't know, the delete key, it's fine. I'm not going to hold it against you. If you didn't know, the delete key actually deletes the next character. So that's why it's good. We're going to readjust all of this and make it awful, as we do. Education. Proof of my education. Okay. My dad once said I was wiser than he. That's not actually keeping the context. Education, War Thunder Tank. I know a lot about World War II. It's a real story, by the way. It's a real story. It's circa surprisingly common. A bloody. What's your near death experience or your bloodiest story? I'd like to know now. Circa, ask him. Excellent pattern recognition. Superb. That's what we're doing. Now it's not education. We're looking for education moments in my life. The 22 years of living. Actually, I'm going to include that as well. I'm still going to include the other thing. I think that's just bold, right? I'm doing well. Parentheses. Parentheses. Yeah, I'll do parentheses. I am inquisitive. No, I need to freaking make this a little bit more professional. We'll say it. My house. When asked. My house. We go like that. For 22 years. We'll do. No, keep that. Keep that because I want to use it as reference for a little bit. Mm. Then experience is a different section. Wait, I wasn't born in 2000. I was born in 2002. What am I talking about? I could I could put 9/11. You think I should put 9/11 as my implied birth date? I don't think I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I love how this reads like I'm just hyping myself up in an insane way. In a way that is literally just insane. It's perfect. Yeah, it's not that funny. I think the two is good. Two is probably okay. I think two is probably okay. Oh, and I did graduate high school, by the way. It's like, who the frick cares when or how much? If I'm making something like this, I obviously have some kind of idea what I'm doing, right? Obviously. My house when asked. I can't get over that. That's funny. It happened, and I got a diploma. At a place. It happened. At a place at a time. It wasn't like super close to death, but it was probably closer than I would have hoped. But I didn't have a whole lot of blood left, so my mind was school at a time. I have a diploma. Isn't that all that matters? Yeah, it actually doesn't make you stronger, by the way. Kelly Clarkson lied. Why is it so big a gap there? Oh, because it's that formatting. What? How do I? What? Right angles. There. Why is it doing that? Insert special character. This is gonna work. It's like I did well and have a diploma. Mm, Actually, I don't. Why? Computer. Computer. I'm gonna copy. No, wait, can I copy formatting over? No. It didn't work. True. Well, that's different as that. Well, that's different as the bold. If I remove the bold and put it back, does that fix it? No. No. What the frick, dude? Put it over there, make it bold. My dad's house. Instead, that makes it a bit funnier. Cumulative GPA. Okay, that's good. We'll copy. 20 enemy. That is true. I've been there. Let's copy this. See if that helps. There you go. Look at that. No, no, no. No, no, no. Not born in 2001. What the frick am I talking about? Yeah. Little shift. We'll skip this one. Yeah, violence. Sure. Like I passed. Cool, because it's super vague and doesn't mean anything. When I was old enough. Because it implies that I didn't even finish when I was 18. Okay. Try not to die though, if you can help it. I should include middle school too. Middle school and kindergarten I should also have, because it's funny. Yeah, that's freaking funny. If you didn't know, the average recruiter only looks at a resume, or like a recruiter looks at an average resume for only 20 seconds. I'm making a resume that can't be ignored. When I'm done with it, I'll freaking put it on my Twitter account or something for everyone to use and enjoy. Anything. It's actually a really big problem. Hence, any position actually, like no matter what it is. So I'm making a mockery of them by presenting a resume that's actually okay, but absolutely abhorrent to look at. Behold. We haven't even gotten to the good stuff like experience and crap. The skills. Skills is gonna be funny. It made my live pain. Moving on to experience. How did I get out of this before? Let's shift enter for that. Well, that would have been good to know. That would have been good to know. Oh. Sums it up. Who's drunk? Okay. Gremlin. This actually looks kind of freaking professional, and that's exactly what I wanted. That is exactly what I wanted. You weren't the only soul I texted. What is this? I could just copy and paste it. Because I'm going to break skills into different categories, and it's going to be hilarious. And that's what the yellow page will be for. How do I get out of the list? No, he's gone. How do I move beyond? Swiftly moving on. Oh my god. It's closer to what it'll actually end up looking like. Which is shockingly readable. I think I should have just copied more. That's good. I did. I got it. I like it. It's good. What? How am I gonna do this? I don't even know what that is in terms of formatting. I don't know what that is in terms of formatting. Oh, it's like the edge of the box. But then it's not. Yeah. You're trying too hard. Okay. Expertise. AV or experience, whatever. Audio, visual, technologies. Mm, Free Time Incorporated. When did I start streaming actually? Analytics? No. Roles manager, activity, followers list. No. Content? I know it's a long time at this point. Cancel creation date. I am human. Mankind, if you will. I just had to click the button twice. That's hilarious. Filter. Search. Nope, that's not going to be what I want. Why can't I just search, dude? There we go. Mm, 2019? But I wasn't streaming regularly at the time. Let's go by week. I just want to see. Actually, the first one was in like 2021. I don't think Israel like before that. No, I must have. Yeah, just like 2020, like vague-ish. This actually is a really, really good platform. I'm gonna keep it open. Mm, mm, Where? Can I just see directly? Can you just, like, tell me? Channel creation date 2018, actually. But I'll just say, like, December. December of 2020 to present. Look at my free time ink. This is bold. Okay. Yikes. No, what? What is that? What is that? Wait, what is that character? It's just like a little arrow. Is it because it's a list? Is it because it's a list? I think it's because it's a list. Outline format, ordered list. Control enter? No, I believe it's the key for page break. Shift control enter? That's for manual column break. Control alt enter? Nothing. Alt enter? Nothing. Control tab enter? No. I don't know. I don't know what this is, and I don't like it. I think it's just a list. Ew. Ew. But this isn't. How is this text formatted? Let me Google it. Let me see if there's a tool for it. It's not working. Text cleaner. I think it's a table. Produced almost excessive amounts of online content. For free. I did it for free. Just too much. I did it for free. People liked it a lot, right? Right? You liked it a lot. Oops. You cannot stop me. I don't need another experience. I could compress. I could compress it. Position. Indent at followed by a tab stop. I'm at left. Cancel. List. Actually, no, isn't that option up here somewhere? Yeah. Set line spacing 1. Line spacing 2. It actually overlaps. Just 1. 1 is good. Gotta make sure those are colored, right? Bold, center. A silly guy. Oh, this gets a schizo at my mind. My mind co. Like one day I'll talk about that, but not yet. The time is not right. Sets. Some. No. What was it? No. 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 I may cause upset. There we go. I found it. Make it cyan, and then we're good to go. How does this look? That looks good. Shockingly. Nice. Big letters. With skills. By category. Actually, I need to go. I think it was skincare. Skincare ads can be pretty weird. Insert field. The page number. I kind of wish I didn't have like a bit of a dent in my head. The dent is not real. It's because I photoshopped it. It's not on this one. I don't think anyone will notice, but it is kind of upsetting. I probably should have like done something about it. Oh well. Oh well. Who cares? Not whoever is going to be reading this abomination. Yeah, I should put this in like a mock table. or like a note, you know? No, actually, you know what I should do? This should be 2. Yeah, that's not doing anything. Yeah, but hopefully this will encourage them to actually do their job. Shit. Table properties. How? How do I get rid of edges? Remove table edges in the brand. Right there. Respective range of your text table. Over the context menu, choose table properties. Writer, table, borders, and click. And probably range would be enough. Borders for tables and cells. Because like I want a little note down here. I think that'd be good. Actually, yeah, because that's like all fluff. I just want to be at the same freaking height, okay? Damn it. Decrease paragraph spacing. Bad line spacing. It's still not there. It's still not good enough. I don't. Proportional. Damn it. Proportional at least. Leading fixed. That's what I want. I can't zoom more. Yeah, that's good. How do I get out of here? No. How did I get out of here before? Come on, dude. I'm almost done with the page. I'm almost done with the page. And it's so good. Just let me do it. Please. Please. There we go. That's good enough. That enlightens me. Then we'll copy formatting from here. Perfect. It should also be in a list. These photos are edited. How can I justify that? How can I justify that in a way that doesn't make me sound even more insane? From a brief stay at a state penitentiary. I don't know how to spell that. The dent occurred. In between pictures. It has healed. No, I have to put that in the last one. Parentheses. That is my real height. I can provide further proof. I can provide further proof upon request. No, I can provide witness testimony. That's funny. It's even less reasonable. That's amazing. Like, what the fuck are you gonna do with witness testimony? I'll get rid of the parentheses. Actually, that's less funny than the witness testimony comment. Not proof. Not proof. Witness testimony. It's funny. This whole thing is ridiculous. I don't know how to do that though. But it doesn't matter now. Moved on to skills by category. Actually, I should make that 16. So it matches. And I've got more space to add nonsense. This is amazing. This is brilliant. We open with this. And then we go to this, which almost looks like a real resume until you start reading. And it's like, oh. Got some actual experience. And then you get this. This abomination. It occurred in between pictures and has healed. It has healed. That is my real height. I can provide witness testimony upon request. This is perfect. I could send this to Elon Musk. I'm gonna tag Elon Musk when I post this. I have to. I have to. It's my obligation. It is my obligation. Save it. I think I'll finish it up tomorrow, though. Unless... No, I'll finish it up tomorrow. It's almost done anyway. I just gotta add more nonsense. It doesn't make... It doesn't mean anything. Like, freaking heart rate and crap like that. Skills and such. I should add and such. To include stuff like that. And, like, I do not want to donate my organs should the need arise, and other stuff. And other such additional facts. Facts. Yeah, this is what I'm doing tomorrow. It's gonna be awesome. It's so combative. It's so combative here. It's like, why are you upset? You're writing this in the past, you know? Should change this to brief notes. Breath notes. No. Oh, it's IE. The notes are only relevant to the picture. The pictures are not relevant at all. There's a reason resumes don't have pictures. At least you'd think. You'd think you'd want to know who you're dealing with. They could be a 6'6" Giga Chad threatening you over his GPA information. Vaguely. Super vaguely. This is amazing. This is a masterpiece. And the format isn't even that bad. Like, actually. The format is actually pretty good. You got space for everything you need, and it's just good. If you ignore everything awful about it, somehow. It's amazing. Every time I make something like this, I shock myself. But we can discuss more about that tomorrow. I want to get rid of the bold here. Little stuff like that is going to have to be edited. It's amazing. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. Follow or don't every day at or around 1 p.m. PST. Share, host, whatnot, etc. I do hope you enjoyed. That was hilarious. That was so fun for me. Have a good one. I gotta eat dinner. Stuff like that. Shower. I do shower regularly. That will also be under special skills. Yeah. See ya. Have a good one. I am actually curious to see if anyone would even want to use something like this as a resume. And I'll probably add like some other fun stuff tomorrow. But for now, that'll be it. Have a good one.